Okay, let's get live. So I am here in Lakeview Manor, and I'm moving slow because, as I said last time, I would get everything I need to finish furnishing the cellar. So I'm close, but I'm not quite there. I will still need to make several sets of things like iron fittings and locks and the like. But as far as things like glass go, I'm good there. I will need some more clay. I will need some more quarried stone. The list I looked at did not tell me I would need a cave bear pelt. I do have the stuff for all the divine shrine. We'll look at Talos in a moment. I'm going to go get some iron, some, no, I'm still way over carry weight. I should have grabbed quarried stone first so I could make a forge down here. I need 5 locks for each of those safes. And I don't have a smelter yet. I don't have nearly enough corundum ingot to make that many locks. I have 10. So let's make as many locks as I can. Sets of hinges. If I can get that stuff out of my, if I can get some of those safes out of my inventory, taken care of. I need another set of hinges. Well, I need one more hinge, but you only make them in 2s. I don't know why I have an extra one somewhere. I gathered most of the materials off screen. Apparently, what I was looking at was not comprehensive, which is disappointing because it was the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, and usually they're on top of these things. I will still need 3 more locks for those chests. I'm going to need quite a bit of quarried stone and more clay. I actually don't have enough sawn logs to do everything either. So I still need clay, quarried stone. I'll need another cave bear pelt, and I'll need to smelt some corundum into ingots so I can make more. I'm gonna do a quick save before I do this though, so in case I knock everything off that table as I zoom by. Cool. I didn't. Thankfully, it doesn't matter how over encumbered I am, it just matters that I am. So if I go and get a bunch of quarried stone, it's not going to negatively impact my movement speed any more than it already is impacted.
How did you do that?
Actually, yeah, I need to...
What do you need, my... Yes?
Can you stop, please?
Until next time.
Alright, if she's going to be in the animation, then I guess I'll have to mind
Need
it manually.
Hey, watch it!
If you're concerned, Delia, then walk away. Alright, stop there for the moment. I will come over here and turn some of that into ore. myself towards where I think the clay deposit is. I don't think I need much more clay. Let's go until I see the clay added here 3 times. Okay. Oh, there are 2 clay deposits next to each other. That's why that one's further away than the house than I thought it was. Let's be all the way back here. And let's go ahead and make the other 3 locks. And let's make like... I'll make 8 iron fittings and go from there. So let's get the forge and the smelter down here already. I now need sawn logs. I still need more iron fittings. Yes, I need a bunch of sawn logs. I still need... There are 3 chests, and I need 2 hinges for each, so just make 3 sets of hinges. And then for a lot of other things, I still need sawn logs.
We drink to our youth, till days come and gone. For the age of a Christian is just outdone.
Drive out the storm cloaks.
We'll drive out the storm cloaks and
without putting our steel, we will take back our home. Down with all frick the killer of kings. On the day of your death, we will drink and we'll sing. I'll just go ahead and make this now to get the carry weight out. Yes, I'm getting a Shrine of Talos, despite being a firm Imperial supporter. I can't fast travel unless I get on the horse. If I can find Ilya again, I can ask her to buy sawn logs. But I could also just get on Shadow Bear and fast travel to Riverwood and buy the sawn logs there if I want.
What do you need? Of course. What are we running? I'll see to it.
Lumber.
Is there anything else you need? I'll see to it.
For the
Is there
record,
anything else you need?
it doesn't cost any more to just buy it from her than it does to go to
this
a...
is a local favorite and one of the first songs I ever learned. Ragnar the Red. Oh.
We drink our youth. There once was a hero named Ragnar the Red, who could ride into bright lightning and never stared at it. Let's see, I need 1, 2 more iron fittings, 2 more iron fittings, and I need additional nails. 2 iron fittings instead of nails. The reason I'm still so greatly over encumbered, even after having done most of the furnishings for the cellar, is that I gathered materials based on if I had done absolutely nothing yet. So I still have, and I also got all of my corundum and iron ore out in case I needed to smelt more ingots than I had. I into the door, so I'll go back to Whiterun, put all this other stuff away, grab a cave bear pelt, keep 1 leather strip in my inventory, and then I will be able to show you what a completed cellar looks like.
Wohl! Nach ist!
It'd be kind of funny if I got a letter from a friend now with so few shouts left to learn. So I still got unnecessary bear pelts. I hardly needed any of that stuff. Leave one leather strip. I must have been looking at the wrong place for furnishings. Though if I was, it begs the question, how did I still get so close if I was looking at the wrong room? Okay, I'm going to put those other materials in here again. No, I'm going to put them in the chest outside of that house so that I have them there if I decide to make another room at some point. I'm probably not going to delete this file when I'm done streaming it. I may continue to occasionally do things with houses and then like several months on say, hey, here's what it looks like now. Just the fact that I have a house carol and a magic flinging steward here to make sure that none of that gets stolen. Okay, so now all the furnishings in the cellar are done. I'm going to pop out and get rid of the workbench, and then I'll show you what a fully furnished cellar looks like. These cellars are identical across all the Hearthfire houses, so if you've seen one, you've basically seen them all. I will also show that the Ilya does continue to work on this. There are no chests by the children's beds yet, so I still can't move children in here. And there's still quite a bit left to do. But working on it. I'm gonna do 4 hours of sleep next to my spouse. This was essential for getting my illusion up to 100, sleeping next to her, casting Muffle over and over again, and then sleeping again. So, when the fishing collection was added with the anniversary edition, the sellers added fish tanks and plaques that are back here. If you have fish, you can put them in the tanks or on the plaques. Display them for your joy. There's also some fishing supplies and the like back here. Fishing rod and boots and Nordic barnacles, a fish barrel, sacks. There's some shelving over here and some wine, Alto wine, Argonian blood wine, Cyrilli Brothers wine. Coming out here, we have a right and left weapon rack and a shield rack right there. We have a basin, some storage, snowy sabercat, weapon racks, more shelving, a table with some chairs, more shelving, a bear, an end table with some ingredients on it, our shrine with all 9 divines, some other ingredients on top of that. We've got a display case with a end table here, some fanciness. We got lighting all over the place. We got a mannequin there, got practice dummy, We've got the mead barrels, more shelving, and then the big deal back here. We've got our grindstone, we've got a chest, we've got a tanning rack, we've got a workbench over here, a blacksmith forge, a smelter. Anything you need to do with smithing, you can do down here. You've got a couple chests for you. You've got some ore, actually already in here, in some of these side places. You got end tables, more shelving, chests. You have all sorts of safes. On playthroughs where I've moved my main base to Lakeview Manor or one of the other houses, what I do with these saves is on the left I put gems of each type in separate saves. On the left if I do silver with them, on the right if I do gold with them, and I just fill up all the saves. But I'm not really moving here, I'm just furnishing it. Sometimes like skeevers and such can be found in your basement or cellar. Your steward or housecarl or someone else will usually tell you that they've heard sounds down here. But I think the thing that prevents it from happening very often is if you have the light sources, which is why I got them right away. So that's basically what a cellar looks like in Hearthfire. I have the book in my inventory, Daughter of the Nibin. I've already read it. Let me do a quick level up here. Oh, 3 levels. Uh-oh. That's not what I wanted. So, as you can see, off screen I got Illusion up to 100, I got Conjuration up to 100. I got Alteration to 98 because I thought I still had that. I took a bunch more hits, but that meter hasn't changed at all, so it looks like it's going to stay there forever. I got Block up to 95, there are 2 skill books there. And I've been training I trained Pickpocket once in Windhelm. I was hoping I didn't have so many levels saved up because, well, you can only train 5 times in your life, so you level up 1 at a time.
It's so good. Up
And
to
then
no
you
good, are we?
get 5 more levels of
I'll
Pickpocket.
teach you, but it'll cost you.
Because I have, I believe, 1 Pickpocket skill book left, and still a long way to go to get Pickpocket to 100. Because I messed up. I'll show you how I got Alteration up so fast. I've shown the method previously on stream, but now I have to do it again. I hadn't marked that Daughter of Nibin off on my list, so I thought I hadn't read it yet. There are a bunch of other books on my list that I haven't marked that I think I have, but that's because when I got those books I was already level 100 in the skill. So if you do it down there and shoot at the mountain, it doesn't work. You have to actually come up here and do it. Just shoot mage lights at the mountain. Distance matters when you cast mage light, so if you're shooting at something that's further away, you get more experience than you do if you shoot at something that's close. I could shoot 100 mage lights at that tree right next to me and possibly not get a single level. But this is a very effective way to get up your alteration. When I was casting Soul Trap on Shadowmare over and over again to get Conjuration up to 100, it would sometimes take it would take like 4 or 5, wait an hour to get my magic back to get a single level. But here I got the last 2 levels of alteration in 2 bars. So alteration is now at 100. So with conjuration and alteration now at 100, I can do those ritual spells. First though, I'm going to pop back over to Solstheim.
Captain Gallen does the business
We've been
around
waiting
here.
on this.
I'm just a ship's mate.
Let me not mark off that with an admin.
Captain Gyallen does the business around here. I'm just a ship's mate.
Now, I don't know if Talvis will have all of the expert spells for me, but now that alteration is high enough, he should have Ash Shell. If not, also Ebony Flesh, and I think Paralyze is an expert one, but I already have it. I just found it somewhere. I think it's just Ebony Flesh and Ash Shell that I have left to learn.
Hold still. Let me get a good look at you.
Oh yeah! I didn't come back here after defeating Mirak.
Incipient madness, loss of self-awareness, black spots in the whites of the eyes. Any of the documented indications of Hermaeus Mora's permanent influence. No, you look fine. Well, at least no different than when I first saw you.
Don't you want to know what happened with Mirak?
Who? Oh, him. Well, I assume you killed him. Or Hermaeus Mora turned on him when you looked like the winning bet. Or a bit
Smart
of
guy.
both. Mirak's influence has vanished from Solstheim. So, I assumed you handled things. Why? Did something interesting happen?
No, nothing interesting. I just killed Mirak and saved Solstheim.
Well, that is what you hero types do, isn't it? I wasn't expecting anything less. Now all that's left are these black books. It's a shame I haven't located any more.
There aren't
So
any more
much
to be
more
located.
to be learned. The ash from Red Mountain holds secrets. Secrets I mean to uncover.
Now where'd Talvis go? You interrupted me.
Good day, friend. Keeping well?
What have you got
So-
for sale?
You wish to master the arcane arts. Until one day I will inherit spells and incantations.
Ash Rune is an alteration spell. That is... I have Ash Shell. Ash Rune is the one that I didn't get.
Yes? So, you wish to master the arcane arts.
Does he have Ebony Flesh by any chance? No. Okay, that's fine.
Alright then.
I'll get it when I go talk to Tolfdir. So Ash Rune is the second to last expert spell I have left to get. And it explodes when enemies are nearby, immobilizes them in hardened ash for 30 seconds. The only other expert spell I have left to get is Ebony Flesh, which, just like Oak Flesh, Stone Flesh, and Iron Flesh, increases your armor rating temporarily. So, let's go back to mainland Skyrim and then to the College of Winterhold.
If you're
Talk to
looking for
Captain
passages,
Gallen.
Gyallen.
Need to
talk to
find
Captain Gallen.
both the Conjuration and Alteration Masters. Whoever I find first is what I'll do. See what I'll do. First try. Dennis Gustor does Conjuration. He may or may not be in here. We'll find out. Now you would think that the illusion guy who, the first time you meet him, wonders why he's not invisible, would be the hardest to find. But now, for me, it seems to be Finisca's store at all times.
Need something?
Yes?
The Eye of
Travis.
Magnus, here but lost. Slipped through our grasp.
I found Tolfdir
Good
first.
to see Skyrim still has such fine people. You give an old man hope. So
First,
you wish
what
to
have you got
master
for
the
sale?
arcane arts.
Buy Ebony Flesh. Improve the caster's armor rating by 100 points for 60 seconds. And now, is there anything more I can learn about alteration magic?
At this very moment? No. However, well, I've been working on something. An improvement on the Ebony Flesh spell. I've made progress, but then hit a snag. I think perhaps you could help.
What's the problem?
I need dragon scales, and not just any dragon scales. As I've said, I made some progress using the essence of dragon scales, but they're just not quite potent enough. My knowledge of Skyrim's history is far from complete, but I did some research and discovered two things. First, there are ancient references to dragon heart scales. What little I could learn suggests they may be what I need. Second, there are stories of a dagger called Calvozine's Fang, said to be sharp enough to carve individual scales off a dragon. First, you'll need to retrieve the dagger, then use it to carve a few scales off a dragon. Presumably a deceased one.
I'll return shortly with the dragon scales.
That would be wonderful. I'll be sure and have everything ready. This is exciting, isn't it?
Is there anything else you can tell me about the dagger I already have?
Not much, I'm afraid. It was named Calvozine's Fang after the dragon worshipped by this particular sect of the cult. They were said to be quite fond of ritual sacrifices. So fond, in fact, that the high priest spent a great deal of time sharpening the dagger. That way, it was always ready for the next inevitable victim. Perhaps not the brightest spot in Skyrim's history, eh?
How do I collect these dragon scales for you?
Not just any dragon scales, heart scales. Very special. You'll need Calvozine's Fang, of course. Then, if you should happen upon the corpse of a dragon, you should be able to use it to slice off a heart scale or two. Even just one should be enough for me to complete my research.
So I recently went to Mount Anthor. Let's head over there and see if there's still a dead dragon here, or if I need to kill a new one. There is a dragon perched up there. Oh, legendary dragon. Here we go. I didn't think you could fight it until level 80. Oh boy. A legendary dragon. I am about to get my ass handed to me. Killing a legendary dragon is in fact an achievement for Skyrim. So I have done it before. I've killed more than one legendary dragon in the past. I know what I need to do if I want any chance of killing this thing. First of all, switch back to my light armor so that if it touches me, I don't immediately die. It's up there somewhere. And hope that it doesn't decide to let me do this thing.
Safur!
Kind of is in the way, but doesn't matter. Crash. I always think of it like this. He's trying to shout, but the magic is just too powerful. A legendary dragon killed in not that much time. That's how powerful Lightning Storm really is. If you can reduce the cost and maybe increase the damage a little bit. And that's without having perks. If I had perks for augmented shock, I could be doing up to 50% more damage always with the spell. Now granted, I don't have the difficulty on Legendary, so that would have made a difference. Shadowmare is kind of okay. It's kind of getting thrown around a little bit, but... So, when you can kill the dragon... I think you just need to swing... If you have the Fang equipped and check the dragon, it will automatically add the heart skills to your inventory. So, I wasn't sure we were going to fight a legendary dragon during this series, but there it was. The craziest part is that the unbounded spells that were added with the Anniversary Edition, they're even more broken. Lightning Storm is in the base game.
I'm always available. Like it or not, you are a shining example to future generations of college mages.
Yeah, here's your heart scale.
Wonderful, just wonderful. And it's just as I suspected. The energies need to be channeled back through the Nexus a second and third time. And that's it. I certainly think you deserve the first copy of the tome. Use it well.
So he gives me the spell tome for Dragon
So
Hide,
you wish to master the
and
arcane
there's one
arts.
other master level alteration spell, Mass Paralysis. So Dragon Hide, caster ignores 80% of all physical damage for 30 seconds, so it effectively puts you at the armor cap for the duration of the spell. And then Mass Paralysis, all targets in the area that fail to resist are paralyzed for 15 seconds. So it is functionally very similar to Paralysis, except it lasts a little bit longer, and it's an area of effect instead of just on one enemy. So you can paralyze a group if like 5 bandits are setting upon you, and if you have time to cast it before they stagger you, you could potentially paralyze all of them. Alright. Here's Finis.
There are few places where one can pursue my type of work without fear of persecution.
What else is there to be learned about conjuration magic?
How quickly you've advanced. Most impressive. There are spells yet to be learned. Powerful spells that can more closely and more permanently bind creatures to your will. But there are risks.
Welcome to the
There
stream,
are
Dexy.
always risks. You must summon and command an unbound remora.
Do what now?
These spells are difficult, even for one as skilled as I. To even begin to inscribe them, I need something very special. A sigil stone from an Oblivion Gate. I do not have one in my possession, nor do you, I'm sure. So we require a Daedra to retrieve one for us. You will summon
I'm
a
skilled at
Dremora
retrieving
and
sigil
order it
stones,
to bring a
but I'm not
sigil
playing
stone to you.
Oblivion right now.
I will then inscribe the spells for you.
Sounds easy enough. Why?
If only that were true. Summoning an unbound Dremora is not like other conjuration spells. It will not simply do your bidding. You must first prove you are in control. Here is the spell you need. Go to the top of the Hall of Attainment. I have prepared a place for you there. All right then.
So I learned the spell from him. Summon Unbound Dremora. Which, as he correctly says, will not just listen to you. I'm reminded of one of my favorite scenes from Buffy. Who do you work for? So the place he's prepared is right here. You will do as I say.
I serve no mortal! Who seeks death? I am not your plaything, worm!
Who you work for?
Never! Who seeks death?
Who do you work for?
I am not yours to toy with. I submit.
That's better.
What is your bidding, master?
Bring me a sigil stone. Now.
Yes, my lord. Summon me again, and I shall have your stone.
So, summon him one more time.
Your sigil stone, Lord Dagon, is less than pleased at its loss. Your sigil stone. Lord Dagon is less than pleased
cannot
at its loss.
beat on him again. But we are done. We have our sigil stone. I just need to go through the door to reset the quest marker. It wanted me to go through something up there, and I went about it a different way. So now, when we talk to Finis,
There are few... That incident in Morthal was just a misunderstanding, no matter what the guards claim.
I have your sigil stone.
Mine? Oh, no. The stone is yours. I simply need
Hey
to
Benjamin,
borrow it
welcome
for
to
a
the stream.
moment. Now, let's see what there is to see. The people of Skyrim have no appreciation for what we do here. Not that I care.
What did you see?
I have the knowledge I need. And so you may have your stone back. And also, please, take this. You have done well.
So he gives me the spell tome for Flame Thrall and the Sigil Stone
Take
back.
a look.
There are additional master level spells unlocked by that. Dead Thrall, Frost Thrall, and Storm Thrall. So I can now summon a Flame Atronach permanently, at least until it's defeated, which I already knew, but he gave that one to me for free. Frost Thrall for permanent Frost Atronach, Storm Thrall for a permanent Storm Atronach, and Dead Thrall to reanimate a dead body permanently, only works on people. And also worth noting is, unlike other resurrection spells, they don't turn into an ash pile when they die, so you can use Dead Thrall on them again to keep them with you forever and ever. There are certain more powerful enemies that are popular to use as a Dead Thrall. Or Chendor from the Periite quest is a common one. Not sure who else the community at large recommends as Dead Thralls. There's probably a tier list somewhere. Everyone loves making their tier lists. There's some people recommend like a vampire, ancient vampire. Some say a necromage. You can find probably 50 different videos on YouTube with a quick search. Yeah. But the unofficial page says that unique NPCs retain their unique abilities, like Orchender's teleportation, or if used on Ulfric's Stormcloak, he can still shout. There are also some enemies who don't despawn. So if you want to, there's a list of permanent corpses also on the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages of people who, if they die, you can go and find their body no matter how long it takes. But I don't know how many of those are helpful. Well, Orchendor is one of them. So I could go back to Bethardam if I wanted to and make him a Dead Thrall. And with that, oh, hi Millie Nancy, sorry I was looking down. Welcome to the stream, I'm doing okay. With that, we have every spell in the game. That includes some that were not supposed to be in the game, such as Spectral Arrow. Well, I should say I'm missing one. I'm missing Teleport Pet Demented Electronith
Until next time.
because for whatever reason it got bugged. I cannot interact with the Demented Nymph in any way. I mean, I suppose I can go check and see if it fixed itself at some point. If I can find. Are those glasses of blood wine? Asking for the impending vampire stream. That's probably going to be Monday. probably the day I'm going to do that one. I have not forgotten my promise to have a stream where the main event is
Found you.
my streaming is going fine. Seriously, random Argonian?
Die, damn you! Time for you to die.
I stream Stardew Valley too.
I'll try and make this quick.
What are you doing? How do we want to kill this guy? I'll paralyze him first for just a moment. Oh, this is fun. I have no idea why. I hope so too. I'll pop up a whirlwind throat and see if I can just send him flying somewhere. I'm from Illinois. He's getting back up. Whirlwind foot isn't working the way it's supposed to. Well, in that case. Bye. Should I just go like wild and summon a dragon on him? Nah. I'll use an unbound spell. No, I'm going to use one of these, like, strangulation or something. Except a small, stronger level. Now choking grasp is the weakest one. Eh. I've been streaming since Halloween. Demon Snooze does a bit more damage.
Time for you to die.
You know what? I'm gonna beat you to death with my bare hands.
Damn you!
But the whirlwind cloak is still up, so sometimes it just gets set flying. Because I haven't made it yet.
Yeah! That's all you got?
Oh, he had a potion. Well, then let's tune back down to a reasonable amount of health. You're just gonna heal yourself all the way. I never powered up my unarmed strike ring.
No more. I yield. I yield.
Oh yeah, now you yield.
I'll get you.
I think not. Sargonian.
Enough!
That doesn't surprise me. Most of the people who come in here do that.
Yield. Mercy!
There we go. The unarmed kill cams are so brutal. How much scuba do you have? Of course you have scuba. Random guys run up to you to start fighting you. They probably have scuba on them. You know, I hate the stereotype. There usually are good in Tsukushi. Sometimes works. I think my vampire stream will have a significant number of slaughtering Stormcloak camps. I was looking for the camp that had the demented nymph to see if I could somehow get it to follow me after all this time. See if maybe things had fixed themselves. The good news is that it never showed up as a quest in my journal. So even though I haven't been able to get it, there also wasn't a quest stuck there. I know it was in this area that Seducer's camp where the nymph was. Yep, right over here. And here it is, still in the cage. I still have the key, I can still unlock it. I even have the notes on the nymph, but for whatever reason, I can't interact with it. It doesn't even appear to be in the world. It doesn't even show up with Death Life. But this Frost Troll does. I've hardly used Unbounded Flames at all. It's basically just like Flames, except it's a heck of a lot more powerful. Fortunately, it's caused so much fire that I can't find the Frost Troll anymore. Goodbye. Alright, so there are still, what is it, three shouts or 3 words? 2 words of fury, 1 word of elemental fury. And that's it. Elemental fury and dismay. 3 words. So let's go talk to the Greybeards and get them to tell me what one of those 3 is. So I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to get Pickpocket up to you. My username on Discord is the same as it is here. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to get Pickpocket up to level 100. I mean, I could ask, I could just go to the Thieves Guild over and over again and get pickpocket quests from Delphin, but that would take ages. But I don't know that it would necessarily take any more time than any other method.
We are all in your debt, Dragonborn. Perhaps you may be, but that is for the gods to do. We have felt the whisper of a word.
There's one in Shriekwind
Give me
Bastion,
your map and I will show you.
which I believe is the one that I believe I've gotten this one last on more than one occasion. Because it gives me a quest marker, but the way to actually find the word is kind of crazy. Shriekwind Bastion is over here. I have not been to it. Knowing where some towers are is also fun when you're a vampire lord. Vampiric Grip is a fun spell. So the quest marker is going to be the north of Shriekwind Bastion. Let's see if we can figure out how to actually find the word. There are vampires in here. Could result in some issues, especially if they cast spells like that. Wow, that was close. When your skills are this high and you're basically at the end of the game, you sometimes forget that enemies can still kill you. Especially powerful Volkahar vampires. This is a novice locked door. No issue whatsoever. I'm already considering another Skyrim playthrough for myself. Not necessarily the stream, but I had a thought of a fun challenge I could do. I never actually stopped playing Skyrim. A playthrough may end, but it just means that another one is coming. But I am looking forward to streaming some other games too. So I was all worried about the vampires, and then the skeever shows up. And it's like, well, this is a burial tomb, which means there's going to be plenty of Draugr as well. Or maybe just skeletons. There is in this room a handle. Does it just open the trapdoor? There's a puzzle of some sort in this room, since that sounded like a trap. Oh, skeletons. I'm overlooking that now. This seems suspect. there's something in here intended to open said gate. That chain blends in very well. There's a skeleton in here and 2 more doors barred. There's a skeleton on the other side of this one. And it appears to just be a treasure room. This room, and there's a locked chest here, and there are 3 pull chains on the wall behind the chest. Sounded like there's another skeleton in that room, but I heard the bones creaking, but I didn't see a skeleton. Here's another one for sure. I see you. I'm still expecting like more vampires to show up. So far, it's only skeletons. We're slowly making our way up. And presumably that will eventually lead us to the ward. Vampire's Thrall. Oh, he was quite weak. I was expecting that to take much longer. But if you found the Vampire's Thrall, it's not insane to imagine that we will soon encounter another vampire. Back into this main chamber, and yet more going up. One would imagine that somewhere among these rocks is probably like a chest or a coin purse or something. I don't see one, but it seems strange that they would make the rocks so easy to hop around on if there wasn't anything at all over there. But the devs have made some questionable decisions. This can't, yeah, figured there had to be a trap of some sort. But we can see where the flames are highest and where they're not, so we can walk through without any issue. Reminds me of a puzzle in one of the shrines in Breath of the Wild, except I had armor that made me literally immune to fire, so I just walked through it instead of doing whatever block puzzle they had intended. So I'm gonna go muffled and invisible, so this Nightmaster vampire doesn't know where I am, and just cut his face. Well, sounds like Shriekman Bastion is cleared. He was the boss. 2922nd Seed, Volume 5. I don't know what that's... I believe that's a speech skill book. But, of course, I only have the block and pickpocket that are not at 100, so... So we might not reach level 80 on the stream today, but between now and Monday I may do a heck of a lot of pickpocketing. I do not expect, I'm not going to make anyone watch me pickpocket for hours trying to get that skill up. And I do not ever, I've dipped into the console here and there, but I have never and will never use the console to advance any of my skills. I will always level them up naturally. Looks like we do have one more enemy. A Draugr of some sort. Bye. Just a regular Scourge, please. Pretty sure this is one of the dismay. Nope, it's the last one, Elemental Fury. So if we look at the general stats, is it combat? No. General? No, but I've read 657 books. That's not all the ones in the game, but that's a lot. Here, shouts unlocked 28, shouts learned 27, shouts mastered 26. I believe shouts unlocked being 28 is things that was given. See, I think the time that I had trouble finding the exit, I actually ended up using a horse to get to the overlook and just came in through that door. But I believe the way to exit to come out and at the same time discover the entrance that is South Shriekwind Bastion is to come out this way. This is not the... This is the way that I came in through there. No, it just loops around. The overlook is where I am supposed to come out. My bad. Well, where's South Shriekwind Bastion? Take me. If there's not a way that leads over there. It seems like the safest way to get off of here is by using Become Ethereal. I don't see a safe path down.
I'm Tikan!
And then, but I won't jump all the way down. I'll stay up here so that I can find the South Shriekwind Bastion entrance. Some more skeletons, but there's some Draugr outside. We have not seen many hulking Draugr in this playthrough. They are common like the Scourge. their equipment is usually dented or stuff like that. So they're a little bit different. Of course, they're not strong enough to knock me off. Alright. Before we go and get another shout, I'm going to finish leveling up Block. So I've got one book with me, Warrior. That puts Block at 97. We're going to go up to level 100 by actually being hit. That will get the 2 books that will give me up to 99 first. So I had one in my inventory, the other one can be found in the Whiterun Catacombs, guaranteed. Obviously there's skeletons in here now, but the death blow of Ebernadit, I've known that it was here the whole time, and just hadn't grabbed it. There are actually extra skeletons in here today. Usually there's not 2 in that room. Yeah, there's more than 3 skeletons. Usually there's 3 down here. It's interesting. By the way, I asked Coffin, I killed him myself. Also, has anyone else from Whiterun died? Uthgerd the Unbroken, she was my pillar person. She's my usual pillar person, actually. I wonder, if you kill a priest of Archay in a city, do they end up with a coffin in their Hall of the Dead? If so, who prepared them for burial? Or internment, I suppose. They're not buried. You don't bury people in a tomb. Alright, so I may have killed the giants of Bleakwind Basin too recently. We'll find out. Yeah, I don't see them. Well then, I will pick... I'll take on the one inside the Sleeping Tree cave. Besides, I haven't given my wife any of her supply recently. So let's come over here and harvest some Sleeping Tree sap for her. Gotta keep the customers happy. And there's a giant in here. I will put the shield in one hand and Clue's wounds in the other. Sup? How's it going? Have a bash. Go ahead and hit me. Good job. Come on, hit me again. Harder, Daddy. Thank you. Level 100 block. And I can level up to level 80. So it is now pickpocket alone. That is not at level 100. And of course, heavy armor being bugged and not showing that I'm actually there. Actually, I do want to take care of this giant.
Ah!
More sleeping trees happen here. Maybe only the first time you come here. That's a shame. Well, at least I have one to turn in. And since I leveled up again, I can get 5 more levels, 5 more free levels in pickpocket, but Silda is only a expert trainer, so she only goes up to 70. And since I'm at 60, no, I'm at 62. Never mind. I'll give as much money to the beggar as I can to become a better pickpocket. Of course, I know what the cost of a house is in Windhelm. I bought one, and I've given her more in training the past few rounds than the cost of basically a high-end house in Windhelm. She can't afford a bed. She usually stands by the fires. And sometimes if I wait here for a minute, she'll come running from some direction. There she is.
It's so good to see you again. Up to no good, are we?
Okay.
I'll teach you.
Our pickpocket is
It'll cost you.
67.
A divine smile on a charitable.
With where we're at now, I think it's time to fight one of our remaining super bosses. So let's go back. Let me check my inventory real quick. I've got some things to sort out first. Legendary Dragon was the super enemy that I wasn't sure if we were going to fight. The next super boss I knew we were going to fight today before the stream ended. Having more having more words of the dismay shout is going to have no impact on fighting this enemy, so by the way, we do have that sigil stone hanging around. It does have some utility. It's not just there. You can use it. In fact, you can use it at the Atronach stone. Or, not the Atronach stone. The Atronach forge. So, for lesser items, you don't need the sigil stone at the Atronach forge. But, if you want higher level things, you would need the sigil stone. Now, there is a, one of the creations is heavily related to Oblivion, and that talks about sigil stones regularly. but in
Honored to see you again, my
this
Faye.
Skyrim, the only sigil stone you are going to see is the one you get during the conjuration quest. Now my internet is not working, otherwise I would be telling you right now exactly how you use the sigil stone. Of course, the internet on my phone is not working, but I am still live. Okay, so this page has absolutely nothing about how you use the sigil stone. It only mentions it in relation to this quest. What a useless page. In Oblivion, you use them to enchant weapons and armor. I mean, you use it at the Atronach Forge to make Daedric weapons and armor. I think it gives you a random one. Yeah, so you put it in the Atronach Forge and it lets you make Daedric things, as opposed to, ebony. You just put it in there and it stays there. If it disappears, that's a bug. It's supposed to remain. I grabbed the Daedric sword just because it's pretty. Sense thing, that quest is done, so I don't need to be holding it anymore. Even though I let a dragon or a giant hit me a bunch off screen while wearing the heavy armor, it did not fix the visual bug regarding that progress bar being shown at 0, so oh well. I will sell a sleeping tree sap to Isolde before I make her a widow. Probably several times over.
Hello, my love. We have a cozy little profit? Here. Ah, of course. Very good. Be sure to bring any more sleeping tree sap you find to me. Here, this is fresh. I'll have another meal ready tomorrow.
Let's cuddle up nice and tight. Sleep one last time together. Before I go die.
What can I do for you?
My love.
But you thought I was not going to make sure that my difficulty was on legendary before I did this fight? No, of course I am. Now, I have won this fight very easily, even on the highest difficulties before, but that was that was because I had the increase on sneak attacks thanks to Dark Brotherhood armor. The Weaklings here are back. Except for the one that was a rider, apparently. The one that was riding the horseback did not actually spawn. Probably should have filled a soul gem. I mean, I'm sure that they're immune to paralysis anyway, but... Alright, so I'm going to get Muffle and Invisibility ready. Going to save. Going to cast the Muffle, place the skull, go invisible, and then back up. This is Karstag, a frost giant that originally appeared in the movie. It knows exactly where I am, despite my invisibility. Now, I like to, when I'm fighting him, be hidden, at least until his blizzard effect goes away. Start off with a 15 times attack with my dagger. I missed. Damn it, I missed. That did nothing. Oh, good lord. Okay, so Karstag is a frost giant. But as you would expect from an enemy that big and that powerful, so, he killed me in one hit, sent me to the sky with max armor, well, with level 100 armor, at least. Level 80. I can make my armor rating higher. I am not quite at the cap. If I were willing to spend one of my remaining perks to make myself at the cap, it really doesn't make a difference. He killed me in one hit. Okay, so go invisible and back up. I have been saving something for this fight specifically. The whole time I've been waiting to use it here. How do you kill it? How do you beat an enemy that can kill you in one hit? You kill it in one hit. You saw how little damage my dagger did. How do I kill him in one hit? Remember long ago We made this poison of damage health that damages the target by 3,753 points. Why don't we apply that to our dagger? And then see how much damage we do. Curse tag resisted it? I thought he was vulnerable to poison. I thought he was vulnerable to poison. I didn't know curse tag resisted poison. That was my entire plan on how to beat him. I don't know how I win this fight. I am dumbfounded. I mean, you kill Karstag in Morrowind, the Blood Moon expansion. That's why he's a ghost now. I guess I can try arrows? Just get myself mounted. Far away and relatively thin. Nope, it did not take very long to detect me. And there's nowhere in this arena to hide. So he resists shock, frost, he is weak to fire, he has damage resistance, poison resistance, disease resistance, he heals faster than other things, he's immune to paralysis, immune to strong unrelenting force, immune to the Wabbajack, and immune to Mora's grasp. We don't have it. I suppose we could try. I wish I had enough to conjure the Bone Colossus. But I have Restore Magicka, not Fortify Magicka. And I have 300, that takes 402 to cast. I would have to go choose different enchantments. Which may be what I have to do here. More enchantments. Let me get up on top of this. I can somehow find a way to get out of range. Yeah, like up here. health bar is not moving. He is regenerating health faster than I can do damage with a legendary dragon bone bow with dragon bone arrows. Imagine even if I increase the damage by 59%, it's not going to make that much of a difference. No, he just heals the health immediately. This is why I don't usually play on Legendary, because I mean, there are very few ways I can do any more damage than I'm doing right now. I guess have I not taken all of the... I've taken all of the overdraw. A single critical hit won't help. He's immune to paralysis. I don't see any way that I kill him on Legendary. I wanted to, but 4 times more damage to me and 4 times less damage to him. It does not seem like that's going to happen, unfortunately. I wanted it to work that way. I'm sorry it didn't. So we're going to go back to our original plan. Just start off with a dagger strike. Waiting, of course, for the blizzard to go away. Because the blizzard will do a ton of damage to you. This frost cloak is not great either, and in an ideal situation, that would go away. And I believe this frost cloak. Well, I'm still here. Right behind him. Second one here. He might be doing a double swing right here. Okay. He is immune to strong unrelenting force, which means he can't be knocked down. But he can. I thought he could stagger at least. Guys, these are not helpful. But I can take care of them here. Our stag may not be able to stagger by attacking the stag. So the ice trees like to turn completely invisible. Ready to heal because it's going to hit me. Ah! I think I had the right idea. beginning is clear. You don't want to be caught up in this blizzard. So obviously back up until that goes away. This time I'm going to deal. I'm going to get 2 swings. I don't even know what happened there. I just got completely ragdolled. Well, well. I don't even know what to say. Plan is solid, but he got the blizzard back that time. And I got ragdolled and stun locked and killed me fast. Darn it. I can't be missing these attacks. I have to actually hit them properly. Okay, that's Mr. Gone. Oh God. He's walking over to where I was. All of his health is back now. So, hitting him, going away to be hidden again, and then attacking is not the way either. I have to be able to do sustained damage over the long term. Otherwise, it's just not good enough. I can't stagger him. I can't do enough. This is, in fact, the armor cap. I didn't save after giving myself the armor cap. Well, then let's try that. At least don't handicap my damage at all. I need to resist as much as I possibly can. Now I could make some powerful potions that increase my one-handed damage, so I can get more on this initial strike. It's not what my one-handed on that. Unfortunately, Karstag has fortification to health restoration, so even if most enemies don't restore health, Karstag does. Okay, he conjures Ice Rays to help him. Obviously those are not helpful, but that's what he is. Okay, the ice rays are gone, but he is now back up to full health. So even with max, even with his damage cap, I am no match for him on legendary or master. I mean, my sword is good, but it won't have much of an impact here. And getting the enchantment back on my bow is not going to do much either. Anything I can conjure, Dremor Lord, Storm Atronach, skeletons, anything I conjure will be defeated very quickly. As he doesn't stagger, I can't just like lightning storm him like I could the legendary dragon. He'll just run right through it and kill me anyway. Stormcall is just as likely to hurt me as it is to hurt him. I wonder if he's weak to Marked for Death. If I could stack enough of those on him, assuming that he is affected by it, that could be enough. I'm also thinking of making another dagger, and then using Elemental Fury and doing a dual-wielded sneak attack to start off, and see how much damage I can get with that. If I do that, 2-dagger sneak attack with Elemental Fury and fortify one-handed damage through alchemy and or enchantments, then that might be enough.
If you're looking for passage, talk to Captain...
Let me go to my house and get some things.
Oh.
I'm not going to try like fortify enchanting and fortify alchemy and boosting things as crazy high as they can possibly go. Like, I'm not going to make a set that makes my alchemy stronger, make fortify enchanting potions, and switch back and forth. At least as far as the game allows. The fortify resto loop is patched out in the unofficial patch, so I can't use that anyway. Even if I were so inclined. But I should take a few more Grand Soul Gems. At the very least, I have, there's no enchantment on my gauntlets or boots. So I should be getting something on those one way or another. So, what can I put on boots? I can put carry weight, which I don't want. I can put one-handed on there. I think maybe resist frost and one-handed is my best bet here. I can also put one-handed, I believe. A higher light armor rating isn't really going to help me. I'm thinking probably fortify archery is my best bet there. Do I want to put something on my shield as well? I mean, fortify block can go on the shield. And maybe fortify health. Actually, I'm going to do resist magic with my shield. Okay. I'm going to make another... I'm going to put some more perks into alchemy, I think. Nope, I already have Alchemist. Okay, never mind. Okay, the potions are as strong as they're going to get without Fortify Alchemy on my so I'm going to come back down here. I'm going to double check what I need to make another dragon bone dagger. I think it's just dragon bone and leather strips, yes. But I'm not stopping there. I will get a dragon bone and leather strips, yes. And then I will have 4 total dragon bone weapons. So I'm going to take 4 more dragon bones. And I have 5 pieces of dragon scale armor. So I'll take 5 of those.
Honor to you.
And I know glowing mushroom is 1. What else does fortify smithing? Because I'm going to make all of this a little bit stronger. Glowing mushroom is the one I always remember, but the other ingredients of fortify smithing escape me. So I'm going to list them all up for you. The ingredients to do fortify smithing is blisterwort, drawwax, glowing mushroom, gold kinnet, pearlfish, sabercat tooth, and spriggan sap. The drawwax and the gold kinnet do have a multiplier on them, but they are Creation Club ingredients, so they may be difficult to get. As you can see, I have none of the wax. I have none of either. Pearlfish is also Creation Club, but it doesn't have it. So blisterwort, glowing mushroom, sabercat tooth, and spriggan sap are the easiest ones to get. I have so many glowing mushrooms. I'll make 2 just to be safe. Blisterwort, I don't use it in health potions because it has a negative effect there. But it does not have a negative effect when making fortify smithing potions. So in that sense, it's better to use here. I also was looking to fortify my one-handed damage. Now the ingredients that can do that are bear claws, canis root, hanging moss, hawk feathers, pearlfish, rock warbler egg, and small pearl. Heart of Order and stoneflower petals also have it with a multiplier, but again, those are rare creation things. I do have some Heart of Order though. Do I have any stoneflower petals? I do, so I can make 1 potion that has both of those on it. And then I'll make an additional one with, I don't know, hanging moss. Okay, let's make my potions. Glowing mushroom and blisterwort will make 60% there. 75% more damage on that one. Oh, that increases my health too. And it actually has the same. So I guess stacking multipliers does not have an impact on that. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make another dragon bone dagger.
Hail, Summoner. Conjure me up a warm bed, would you?
And let me make sure that I have... I'll be able to upgrade each of them. Yeah, I've got the bones I need. And do I have the scales I need? 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's do a quick save, just to make sure. Pop the smithing potion. Oh, darn it. Okay. I forgot entirely about Arcane Blacksmith. That's my bad. I'm not going to make an entire new set of armor. I'm going to use a perk. Okay, now use the fortified smithing potion, and I can upgrade all 4. Actually, the damage didn't change. It's capped. We'll quickly come over here. Use the armor. Hey, Dexy. Alright, so now my armor rating is above 700 without the shield. With the shield, it's 801. Which is still over the cap, but whatever. Okay. Let's equip both Dragonbone daggers. Let's go back to Solstheim. I have improved everything, and I have fortified one-handed on some of my armor, and in the form of a potion, doing 75% more damage that way as well. So we're looking at a dual-handed sneak attack with 2 155 damage weapons. Sneak attack for 15 times damage. We've got fortified one-handed on here for 44%, another 44% there, plus a 75% more damage potion. So let's see, with all of that, how much I do to Karstag. For the record, the easiest kill I ever had of him involved a sneak attack with the necessary perk, plus I also had the Dark Brotherhood gloves, so one-handed sneak attacks were doing daggers for 30% damage, or 30 times damage. I'll actually go over the closer. Turn around. Okay. What if I one-handed? There we go. Karstag is down. So I did not turn the difficulty down further beyond my typical master level. I used enchantments and alchemy and smithing to show you how broken those three things actually are together. That is the hardest fight we're going to have. He gives you 10 ectoplasm and 5 filled grand soul gems, and we also received a power. Summon Karstag to fight for you for 120 seconds. You may only use this ability 3 times and only while outdoors. You get 3 uses of Summon Karstag, no more. You cannot like refight him to get more. There's just no way to do it. I'm going to use Karstag's throne. Actually, let me take off my weapons and stuff. Let's just sit here with no weapons. Just me and the throne. I get a better view of me on the throne? So Karstag is defeated. I'm going to say he's the hardest enemy in the game. There is one super boss left, but he's now vulnerable to more things. Okay. With Karstag defeated, I'm going to head back to Windhelm, because I have to reach a higher level.
The
before I
Northern
can
Maiden's
fight the last
shipshape and ready to
boss.
go.
So that involves leveling up my pickpocket, of course. Now I will not get any more levels before that point, so I can't train it anymore. Unless I made a skilled legendary, I cannot get any more levels before that. And while I'm not opposed to making skills legendary, I've actually molded over several times out loud while streaming.
What do you need?
I haven't done it because there's something special about looking at your level up screen and seeing that you have every skill at level 100. Why am I coming to Windhelm then? Well, because of all the Jarls and the stewards and the like that sit here with their jewelries and their gold. So my intention is to rob them all blind and see what that does for my pickpocket level. Obviously it's easier if you are not detected when you're doing it. Let's see, Nuriel is over here. I should be able to be hidden well.
I hope the wilds claim you one of these days.
I don't like talking to someone who holds their honor so cheaply.
Nothing left on Udmid Snowshot. I think I already pickpocketed him.
I should bash your face in after all you've done.
I trust you aren't considering any thievery.
Oh, I am. The only problem is there are so many of them.
Serving as steward to Ulfric Stormcloak was a great honor, but I don't miss his temper.
Blood and silver, friend. Blood and silver.
John.
Hey!
Ah. And now I'm detected. He's got a necklace of nature wielding that I'm not like.
Something you need, you miserable wretch.
Because he was temporarily Jarl of the Reach.
Speak.
It says Jarl Thongvar Silverblood.
My
Need
brother
something?
tells me you've done us a service. Thank you.
think you...
Darn it. There's only so much you can do when it's already a 90% chance. Not easy to remain undetected here. And they don't really go to sleep or anything. Alright, I'm hidden right now. Alright, got everything off of Yarl Layla. I was momentarily hidden.
Think you can...
Okay. Now we're going to be using invisibility to make this go. Of course, since I have to wait for the magic to come back, it makes me want to be a little bit more daring with how much I take in each go. He's got a steel shield on him that is only 48% chance to steal. I wonder why. Jad has that necklace of major wielding that is only 8%. And it's probably the last thing I'm going to steal. Hey, I got all that at once. So, yeah, I'm going to do most of the pickpocket off screen. But I'll do what I can now. It's these guys. Mid is already empty. Alright, we got everything off of Reberus Quintilis. We saw Wolfric, Scald, and then going back to that necklace of wielding and seeing if I can snag that as well. Scald has a necklace of blocking that's a little bit more difficult than the other things in his inventory, but so I'll steal everything else first. %, chance, I'm not surprised. Probability, you may have to try more than once. We've gotten our pickpocket all the way up to 79 already. If I can steal this from Jod, that'll probably be another. It's up to 12% just because of the levels we've gotten. I should have done all this before the glass bow of the Stag Prince. We'll try a couple more times. I do still have a potion, I believe. Yeah, let's use a potion. No, I use the potions. There's none on here, right? Carrying capacity, stamina, regen, illusion spells, magic, restore magic. No, I don't still have one. And I took the perks out of the pickpocket. There we go. Got it. So I believe that is all of these inventories emptied of not just their valuables, but everything. And that got us up to 78 pickpocket, or 81 pickpocket. Which is certainly, you know, nice, but it's not, it's still 19 points away from level 100. Ivar Stonesinger is what I believe the title of the pickpocket book I have not yet read is. And that's 2 levels right there.
Been doing a few jobs for Vex. How about
So it seems like the best way at this point to get more would be to go to Delvin and run the fishing jobs for him. So that's probably mostly what I'm going to be doing between now and the next episode.
If you're looking for extra work, stick
As
to
far as the stuff
I've
I
got
just
coin
stole,
and I've got merchandise. Let's see what we can do.
I don't want any of it. It has a stolen tag on it, I'm giving it to her. Plus the, that. Even the gems. If it has a stolen tag, it's hers.
All right then.
What do you think, my dear? Could a beautiful woman like you ever see yourself with an old codger like me?
Absolutely.
Oh, really? Well then, how can we make that happen?
When you're in your grave, and I'm standing over it. Now get out of my way. Our guild master graces me. There's nothing more I can teach you.
Yeah.
There's nothing more I can teach you. Good. My club got ourselves a free lot. Great. Watch yourself out there, boss.
So I'm not gonna go do that right now.
It's one thing to say you've got
What
the
can I do
skills
for
to
you?
be a thief. It's another to actually use them.
Well, that should add the amethyst to his inventory, even though I just finished looting him. I will show that it doesn't matter who you get the training from. It's just
Want to talk?
5
Go
times
ahead.
5 per level.
Up to no good, are we?
You can train me up
I'll
to level
teach
90,
you,
but
it'll cost
I
you.
already trained 5 times this level, so even though he's a different skill trainer, I can't get 5 more levels from him. And that's true of different skills as well. You just can't. You can't just keep getting. I can't like train 5 times in archery and then go train 5 times in block and get 10 levels that way. Now, is there an easier way to level up pickpocketing that I may just not be remembering right now? Sure, and if I figure one out, or you know one and want to post it in the chat, then we'll talk about it. But for the moment, I'm not aware of one. But we do still have some shouting to do. There's Wolfgar. Here's our gear.
We have felt the whisper of the world.
Lost Tongue Overlook. There is a dragon there. These scalp itches, and I know why, and I should not scratch it. In fact, after I get this sword, I am going to take my break. Lost Tongue Overlook is all the way over here. It's one that we have not been to. I'm going to start out at the Shadowstone, but actually it's no Shad Farm. If I start at the Shadowstone, I'm going to have to fight a Necromancer, and I don't feel like it. Alright, let's see what kind of dragon we get this time. And no, I'm not going to summon Karstag to fight a random giant. I have some ideas for how to use my Karstag summons. Well, it looks like we're fighting a dragon a little bit sooner than I was fighting. This is a regular dragon. After having fought a legendary dragon earlier this episode. Please. There's also a beaver right here. Another cave there.
I would be honored to be Lumberjack by
I would do it if I had the Lumberjack with me, but it's sitting in a chest. So I'm sorry, bad woman, I do not have what you seek. You are right that I was blessed by Sherigorath. Too bad it's not like a miscellaneous quest, so that I could go grab the Lumberjack, use that quest marker to find her again, and then do it. But no, she's just gonna be... Even if I fast traveled back to Whiterun and fast traveled right back here, I don't believe she would be waiting. I'm going up the side of this to try and get to that location, whatever it is. This is the ruins of Rakund. Oh gosh. What is about this place, besides the list of other, of course? There's some witches, there's a witch, there's a hag. We got this one real quick here. And on this pending breakup, check what the deal with the ruins of Rakund is. For now, we're just going over to Lost Tongue Overlook, where I'll be able to encounter a dragon and a wardwall. Unless the dragon that flew down to meet us happened to be the one from Lost Tongue Overlook, but I don't see why it would be. Actually, the very first time I did all of the achievements on old Skyrim. Lost Tongue Overlook is where I found the legendary dragon I needed for the achievement. Now, there's no guarantee that this is a legendary dragon, of course. It could be any level. It is a blood dragon, which is not terribly exciting. Ah, missed. But he's landing anyway. Dragon's supposed to crash land, but it took itself out too fast. So it kind of bugged out. And now we can check this chest for whatever I want. And claim another word. Run in dismay. Alright. We're going to go back to High Rothgar. I'm going to take a break. And then after the break, we'll see about getting the last of the shouts. So I will be back shortly. Okay, we're back in. So let's... I need to wait for the dragon to be absorbed. Masterboard.
We are all... There is only silence right now. Perhaps later we will hear one of the lost words.
So it doesn't have a word for me right now. So what I will do...
Sky, got you.
Is I'm going to go pickpocket that thing from your leaf. And then I'm going to do... the little trick that I'd forgotten to do it faster. Because of course there is. Hopefully the unofficial patch didn't get rid of it. But first things first. Need to wait right now. Captain Lonely Gale is watching. But we learned that I can get around that by going invisible, so let's just do that real quick. Just a regular amethyst, not a problem. And I actually made a fairly significant mistake, and I just made it again. The Guardian Stones. I do not have the Thief Stone active right now. I have the Warrior Stone active because I knew that I had a few levels of block to get. But I should have had the Thief Stone active that whole time. That is my mistake. I would probably be like at least a couple levels higher if I had done that instead. So now I'm going to come to the Riften Jail. And we have in the jail
Dragons?
Sibby Blackbriar, who doesn't care if he catches you.
You, my friend, need practice.
So what I'm going to do is I can't pickpocket him. Why can't I?
You and me,
Why
we're
can't
the
I
only people
pickpocket
around
him?
who aren't complete fools.
Well, it really should work with anyone. He's just convenient. So I'm hidden right now. And I'm going to place on him I have a 0% chance to place gold.
Filthy pick.
Well, I'm just gonna put a bunch of gold on him, like 900. It's a shame that I can't just do a whole bunch at once. There's no way to do it faster than this. Unless I get most of the gold out of my inventory first. Let's do 300 and see how that works. And then I steal the gold back. And I can repeat that. Is there a non-steel chest around here? Yeah. Let's put most of my gold in here. I can do this a little bit easier. Just put all that gold on him. It's a low chance, but no. Each time it'll get a little bit easier. Come on. $22 isn't that bad. There we go. And now that it's gone up, place it back. 1% higher.
What?
All right. Basically going up, my chances of stealing that back is going up 1% each level. This is the most effective way for me to do it at this point. A common thing that people do when leveling up skills is they'll train one level with a skill trainer.
Think you can steal from
Steal the gold back, and then they'll train again and keep stealing the gold. So you're getting whatever skill you're training plus pickpocket at the same time. So we can actually level up now, which is weird to me. I should not be able to actually. Did I make a skill legendary without even realizing it at some point? I must have gotten extra experience somewhere. In any case, at this point, I could only get one level anyway, so from skill training, so. 30% is a pretty good chance.
Think you can steal?
I could do it a little bit faster if I were willing to put some perks into pickpocket again. Just get more amounts of gold and be almost assured of success. There's even specifically a perk that makes it easier to steal gold. 5.
The
Number 36 really should be easy. It's greater than a 1/3 chance that I'm successful. But I'm often having to load more than 3 times. What's the chance that a 36% chance fails 4 times in a row? 5 times in a row. Something's not working right. There's no way it should fail that many times in a row. There we go. Finally. Should only have to do it one more time. Alright. Pickpocket is now at 98. Let's take all of my gold back. And I'm going to see if Avar Stone Singer is actually what I need. There are a couple places where you can have a pretty good chance of finding it. One of the places I noted is a sightless pit. There's a frost troll over there. I thought it said on the thing outside the entrance. But I'm not seeing anything around here, so let's save and drop in. I said I was gonna look up what the deal with the ruins of Rakund was. And I forgot about that in my haste to figure out what the deal was with this place. Yep, there it is. Pickpocket increased to 100. Now I need to find a way out. A dead bandit with a Palmer arrow in him. I mean, like there was any question that a place called the Sightless Pit was going to have Palmer. So we're going to carefully make our way through. But we are muffled, of course. And got good sneak. Oh, it's another twisted warmer location. Very disorienting. There's a pressure plate there, but even if I had landed on it, I would not have triggered it. There's Karis too.
Yeah!
Let's hop into this little pool here so you can't walk into me accidentally. She's doing a normal patrol now rather than looking for me. Just be careful of locations where there are both Karis and Falmer, since the Karis can, of course, see me. A second Falmer hidden behind the first. Up here. And frostbite spider. Giant frostbite spider, as a matter of fact. And Falmer. Another warmonger, but not as much. There's a Dwarven Centurion of some sort here, and it has collision, but it does not have interaction deleted. Interesting. Temple of Zrib. I would like some kind of book that explains the lore here. I mean, if it's a temple, I assume there's some sort of religious significance to them. I'm not sure who or what Zrib is. Stop telling me that there's a Steel Series update. Every time I do, you say, actually, no, there's not. Came down to this place to get pickpocketed up the rest of the way, and now I've been down here for a while. This is one of a number of locations that I actually don't go to very often. But we're exploring some of them today. If I want to call this a complete Skyrim playthrough, I guess I should go to some of these sorts of places. There's another warmonger dead. There's another one over here. I'll walk by. I missed him multiple times, but thanks to it being a dagger and massive levels of sneak, he did not find me. There's a ramp up over here with a combination Karis Falmer at the top. Hello Jessica, Alice, welcome to the stream. I do enjoy Elder Scrolls games in general, yes, this one included. Yep. Certainly a well-polished game. I mean, sure there are plenty of bugs, but in terms of graphics, it's certainly I've been playing the game since it released. What the heck is that? The enemies came back? I do stream Skyrim more days than I stream Stardew Valley, but I also stream that. Doesn't appear to be like anything else in here. Stardew Valley is a fantastic game. I have heard of Dead by Daylight. I cannot say that I have played it much. The existence of a door bar makes me think that this way over here is not the way out. There's a light shining down on this dwarven pedestal. It appears that I need an item. That's a lot like the one in the Chardak. I'm from Illinois. What is going on here in this abandoned cave that suggests that I need some sort of dwarven item to unlock this? Had a thing come up. So this may be another one of those, there's a creation club thing that happens here. Nope, it's the fourth zone is added by that. I found the skill book, which is the reason I came here in the first place. So there's a quest, Legends Lost, added by the Anniversary Edition that you get the attunement crystal here, and then you can access the remaining area. But since I do not have that currently installed, it has the location there, but no way for me to actually do that quest. So I can exit out to Skyrim. And I do hope to do that eventually, but if your next thing to say is that you make art for streamers, let me confirm that I do not have that creation installed. I believe the Lost Legends quest triggers based on a note in the New Nissus Corner Club. So I'm going to come over there and see if I can find a caravan note.
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything, or take a seat by the fire and I'll send someone over.
Chances are... Oh, I do have this one active. Well then, never mind. We crossed into Skyrim under the cover of Ashfall. As far as anyone knows, we're shipping refugees, just one of the long line of vagrant caravans escaping the wrath of the Red Mountain. Normally a story like that would be enough to get us through, but not this time. Now, I've been a caravan guard for some time, and I've seen some pretty extensive security measures. Locks, chains, the works. One client even had a conjurer summon a Daedra to guard his wagon, but even compared to that, this seems excessive. For one, everything has a code name. The cargo, the guards, even the horse. As for the caravans, to keep it familiar, we've each been given a name from one of the great houses. Of course, some of the guards didn't like that part. One of the new bloods said he'd rather bend the knee to a guard than wear the name of house dress. But Captain Indinos brought him in line with the point of his blade, and the rest followed. You'd think the Red Year would unite us, but it seems like there's old scars that haven't healed, and old scores that haven't been settled. But at the end of the day, none of that matters. The job's a job. Like the captain said, at least they didn't name us after the boots. We've also got several decoy caravans heading out through Skyrim, all the way to some undisclosed location in Hammerfell. But since that's not enough, each caravan will meet up at preset checkpoints and swap their items out. That means different decoys traveling different paths every step of the way. With the refugee garb, they say we should blend right in, and on the off chance we don't, we've got runners set to flee to the next village, hidden compartments, anything you can think of. Still, if you ask me, all of it sounds like a waste of time. I'm no scholar, but those two bits of cargo don't look like anything special, just a fancy way to bash some poor Fla's skull in. With all the chaos bleeding out of Vardenfell, we made it to Windhelm without so much as a paper cut. Come morning, we're heading out west along the river toward Nightgate Inn. If all goes well, we'll reach the mountains pass by midday. Still, we'd get there sooner if not for all the stops. So, Legends Lost is one that I have active. I found one of the letters which details the routes of both caravans as well as decoys designed to distract potential thieves. According to the letter, the first caravan was headed west toward Nightgate Inn. Perhaps following its trail will lead to another clue. I am reading your chat. The path west towards Nightgate Inn is one we are familiar with. It has it is a path that I've traveled before. Back when we were doing the Civil War, there was a courier running between Whiterun and Windhelm and Nightgate Inn. This is on the same path. Of course, like with that courier, there is a handy quest marker to tell me exactly where on the path it is. Wild animals there that I'm not particularly interested in fighting right now. Hopefully if I just stay on Shadowmere and keep galloping, I'll get far enough away that they won't hassle me. I think that's my Liar down there. Appeared to be wearing monk robes and thought I saw a tail. There's Inga's Mill. How close actually am I? It looks like it's a lot closer to Nightgate Inn than it was to Windhelm. But the quest started in Windhelm, so it seemed like the logical way to go about things. Got a frost troll nearby now. At least that's what it looks like was over there. I am so very not interested in fighting random wild creatures. I'm gonna get on this quest. Alright, so there's a camp here with some things set up. This is a seducer camp, but this is different. Carriage driver's note. It happened sometime after we crossed deeper into the mountains, but I swear I could hear her singing. Tuneless, very quiet, but singing nonetheless. No one else believes me, but I bet my bottom drake that it had something to do with the dwarven machines attacking us last night. I've never heard of these things leaving their ruins, let alone roaming the countryside going after travelers. It's almost as if they were drawn to the music. Tonight we're handing the cargo off to the Satrus caravan, and I say good riddance. But the captain says we're going to eventually circle back to Whiterun, which means we could see the cargo again. If that happens, I'm getting off this caravan. I don't care about the gold. I haven't slept for days, and I feel like I'm losing my mind. Even now I can hear that awful singing in my head. I just wanted to stop. So the second caravan is out this way. I will start at my home at Hillarchin Hall. And give me just a second to plug this headset in because it's beeping at me. Okay, I should have done that during the break, but I wasn't sure how much power it had. Okay, so now we will ride off towards where the second caravan was. I assume we will find it destroyed as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually had to fight some Dwarven constructs this time. Looks like there's a giant right next to it, but I don't think the the giant will hassle me if I don't hassle it. Giants are common in this area. Alright. Nothing in the chest. I have to search a skeleton. CD guard's note. You wait for that to go. Find evidence of caravans in Whiterun. Telvanni handed the cargo off to us at the checkpoint. They seem to be on the edge, but they aren't sharing details exactly, just that they were attacked by dwarven machines. Bunch of useless fetchers, all of them. We also had a surprise visit from the Hlalu caravan. The whole crew was an odd bunch. More scholars and farmers than warriors, I'd say, but a few were just my type. I tried to chat it up with a fetching raven-haired girl, but she kept those sultry red eyes fixed on the cargo as it changed hands. In any case, the main package is secured, but there's fear that it was damaged during transport. Oddly, the Hlalu captain didn't seem too concerned about it. He and the boss talked for a bit by themselves. I tried my luck with the raven-haired tart once more, and she told me her name was Valine. She asked whether Captain and Notice would be at the next checkpoint. I told her no, but the truth is I didn't even know. I don't know why she cared anyway. Their cargo is a decoy. The real package is going to Endora at the next stop. Once that's delivered, I'm hearing we might stop for a day or two in Whiterun to get our bearings. The captain of the Endora caravans is a Nord, and he mentioned heading over to the Hall of the Dead to pay his respects. That's fine. I'll be paying mine at the tavern. Hopefully I'll get a chance to buy sweet little Valine a drink. So, now I need to go to Whiterun. And one said the tavern, but the captain said the Hall of the Dead. So that is definitely where I should check next. I'm going to do a quick save, and I'm actually going to see what, I did the Civil War Champions, I did the Red Guard Elite Armament. It says I have all of them, but I don't have all of them active. But it seems like I do have some things I didn't intend to have. So Cinder and Race Guard is what I'm doing right now. I didn't realize that I had the stabs installed, but apart from that, I'm pretty sure that I've done everything else. To the Necromantic Room here, Iron Armor. So those are patches, not... And this shows everything. Even if they're not active, it shows them all. I'm not sure how to check everything. So I don't need to talk to Anders. I need to come into the catacombs. And there's going to be something down here. Yes, another note. Find the detoured caravans. We met with Sadris and picked up the cargo. At least their captain seemed in better spirits, but the others looked exhausted. To make matters worse, the air was flushed with news about the caravans who didn't make it, sieged by dwarven automatons on the road to Whiterun. My worry is such fears will find their way into the minds of my men, especially when the details of their stories seem to corroborate. It only serves to throw more kindling on the flame. Hopefully the other captains have a plan. We've had a few deserters already, and we'll need every available body if these attacks continue. It'll be difficult to convince the men to leave the safety of the tavern for the terrors of the unknown. Even without this dwarven nonsense, the road ahead will only get more perilous, given the copious bandits, wolves, and other dangers on the road. Captain Enotis had asked us to take a detour with a dressed caravan to Falkreath. Staying off the main road might provide us some cover. So yet another caravan. And all this will eventually lead me back to the sightless pit where I already was. But I was wondering how on earth we were going to get to 4 hours in this stream. And it turns out that I had
Only
a long
burglars
quest
and
waiting for
vampires
me.
creep around after dark. So which are you?
It's not true what they say about you and the Dark Brotherhood, is it?
What do they say?
Lightly armored means light on your feet. Smart.
No, I have every skill at 100. You could say something about one of my other fancy skills. But no, just my armor. It's made of dragon scales, you know. So it won't be on the main road. Instead, staying off the road would provide them some cover. Look at that. There's the attunement crystal and Valine's letter. A notice. A notice. I think it's supposed to be a notice. The reports are right. Wraithguard and Sundar are sending a signal out to anyone that might be listening. I don't know how, but I think I know why. The tools were only meant to be used on the medium. It makes sense that they would never be allowed to leave Morrowind. To ensure this, Kagrenak must have put in a failsafe system. If the tools were ever stolen, drones would be activated across Tamriel to recover them. The drones would then store the items in the vault until a tonal architect could fetch them. Unfortunately, as I suspected, that information was enough for some of the captains to betray us and change course. They no longer care about the artifacts or the job. They consider the cargo to be a death trap and are taking measures to unload it. Your caravan might think they're carrying the tools, but Sadris and Halalu swapped them before we ever got to Whiterun, and intentionally gave them up to the retrieval drones. Fortunately, I managed to track the drones back to a vault near Winterhold, what the locals call the Sightless Pit. I've also discovered the vault can be opened with an attunement crystal, which I've sent along with this letter. As I am no warrior, I dare not venture inside without you. Hopefully this message reaches your party in time, for I know we are of like mind. As a scholar, I want to see the artifacts delivered to my master, and you have always been someone who does not shirk his duty. I have faith that you and your crew can return north and repair this mistake. Valine. I read the letter, and now I have the attunement crystal that I needed it to. It does not say that I've read the letter. Let's read it again, but... Okay. So now I have to return to the Sightless Pit. I have cleared it, and I just did, so there should not be any enemies inside. The shorter way in is... Actually, it looks like it's directing me up towards that. Towards the exit I came out of. If that's the case, that would certainly be convenient. No, it's definitely pointing me into the Sightless Pit. Well then, let's just go down again. And this time, just run on through. There should not be any remaining enemies. There is a possibility that a Falmer or two will pop out of one of those holes. Because I was sneaking before. They, of course, would not have heard me. So I would have avoided triggering them. There are additional warmongers now. I'm just gonna keep moving and hope that they don't catch up to me. I still don't know what the deal with the Temple of Zrib is. I mean, there's a section on it in the Sightless Pit article, but that's just because it's a subsection of the Sightless Pit. Not necessarily because there's something extra special there. So I'm just trying to ignore as many of the enemies as I possibly can until I get to an area that's actually new. Which won't happen until I reach this lever, leading me up into the abandoned cave and closer to the vault. So I will go back into sneak now. And that's the exit. I missed the turn off. It's right after you come up. So I can now place the attunement crystal in this pedestal. And it gives me access to the Sightless Vault. I'm going to pop a muffle, though I do not expect Falmer in here. I expect Dwemer automatons. I have unlocked the Sightless Vault. Within lies Cinder and Wraithguard. Now, because it is not marking Valine Cylinder as red, at least I'm assuming that's the reason, it is not showing me where Cinder and Wraithguard are in here. It's not giving me a quest marker to find them. Here we go. Find the way to open the vault gates. It requires the key, or so it says. There's probably puzzles off to the side. I think I need to power the steam. I think I need steam going into this one. Steam is currently leaking out right there, so I think I need to turn this. I don't see steam leaking out. Oh, no, I see some right here. I see steam over here. Turn that one. Steam here, so turn that one. I think the point of this room was to make sure that the steam is not leaking out anywhere. And I do not see any more steam leaking. So I believe is that room done. And it's possible that that light shining down indicates that I finished that room. There's another... restore steam in the left valve system. Okay, so now it's actually telling me what I'm supposed to be doing. Is there one behind here? No. I think this is really it. This must be that one. And then way in the back here, there's another valve back here. Maybe it's just this one again. I don't see any steam anywhere now, but it's still telling me to turn that first one. Maybe I just needed all the rest of the steam connected. Oh, there's still steam back here. There we go. Oh, goodness. Defeat the messenger, it says. I can do 10% more damage with my bows if I hit the backpack. Alright, messenger is a Centurion Dynamo. Alright. So now these gates are open and I can freely retrieve Cinder and Wraithguard. Items of the Tonal Architect. Cinder is a hammer. Does 5 points of frost, fire, and shock damage each. Does 15 points of damage to stamina and magicka. Wraithguard is a glove you need to be wearing to use the tools of the Tonal Architect. Resist shock, fire, frost, magic, disease, and poison by 10%. Empowers Keening and Cinder when equipped. We already had Keening. That's part of Arniel's quest line. Cinder and Wraithguard were added as creations. So if I have iron armor enabled, as it seems to indicate I do, then I have a document on my phone that I used way back when. It indicates how to start each of the Creation Club things. Now, some of them do say, if you check them, it says I have the iron alternative armors. So if I go to Nightgate Inn and find a patron's note, then I know that it is in fact installed. So I'm looking for Larchin because one of my mods turns it into a community instead of just the inn. But I know for a fact from having done all these quests that the interior of the Nightgate Inn is not altered. Nightgate Inn Patron's Note. I just want to talk about this amazing inn and how great the service is. The innkeeper is a kind, helpful host who is no effortless in his laziness that he didn't bother to read past this point. That's right, this inn is the worst. The literal worst. Of course, even if you can't get past bad service, the garbage chute, and the ghost living downstairs, they're also bloody traitors. Not only do they rent to filthy elves, I spotted one of them hide something in the barrel out back. I grabbed it myself, but it's probably covered in some disgusting elven disease that would take 9 of the world's greatest alchemists and a human sacrifice to cure. If I weren't a wanted man, I'd burn the barrel along with his sorry excuse for an end. For now, this letter will have to do. Brothers in irons. Search the barrel behind the Nightgate Inn.
What do you want?
I'm not afraid of elven diseases. Of course, I am an elf. Besides, I'm not racist. Probably read my Stormcloak. Undercover Guard's Journal. 4th Era 201, 18 Sun's Height. I've been asked to investigate rumors that one of the inns to the west is providing refuge for bandits. Several carriages traveling to Windhelm have gone missing as of late, and the captain feels it may be related to the Crimson Dirks. I have some business to finish in Solitude, but it shouldn't take longer than a week. 4th Era 201, 25th Sunsight. While the patrons at Nightgate Inn were uncooperative and brusque, I don't believe any of them are bandits. I've asked our informant to travel to the inn to confirm, but in the meantime I will continue monitoring their behavior. 16th of last scene. The Bosmer did not recognize the Nord, although I vacillate on whether I trust his opinion. I pointed out that it has been months since he has provided any actionable intelligence on his former cohorts. In response, he conveniently gave up the location of the Argonian bandit Pale Eyes, information I feel he has been holding on to for some time. For now, the Bosmer remains an asset, but any information he provides should be vetted thoroughly. Supposedly, the Argonian is camped on the shoreline west of Northwatch Keep. We can alert our Thalmor friends to take care of the matter. They won't like having a wanted criminal loitering so close to their stronghold. In the meantime, I will leave my documentation here in the event surveillance is needed on the inn patrons. So I mentioned Northwatch Keep, a location I have in fact been to. I will go there and then proceed towards the quest marker. Because I did it, I rescued the prisoner from Northwatch Keep peacefully with a letter from General Tullius. They are not hostile to me on sight, like most Thalmor are.
Yes?
Nep.
Dale Ice's journal. The water does not lie. Every morning I stare at my reflection and feel myself returning to the Hist. When the smoke is thick, I resist to think back to the day I met Elhil for the first time, when Palladius tried to make warriors of the new recruits. With no coin for armor, I covered myself in pots and pans I found lying around the campfire, determined not to fall behind. But while the others laughed, the Bosmer thought me clever, and from that day on, the two of us were inseparable. Years later, on my hatch day, Elhil gave me my first set of armor. He had the orc forge one out of iron, in honor of the cast iron pot I wore on my head the first time we sparred. In return, I made the Bosmer an egg brother and vowed that I would protect him as if he were my own kin. Thus, when Elhil confessed to what he had done, I did not tell a soul. I will protect my egg brother until the end. And I get iron plate boots. With carrying capacity, one-handed attack, block 25% more damage, and increases heavy armor.
Should have come
Now these, Thalmor, are not so pleasant. But in general, I'm more than happy to kill Thalmor.
I'll see you burn. Die, damn you!
Okay, these Thalmor are dead. So let me look again at my installed content, or at my creations. So that's Tactical of All Time patch that I do not have installed. Skyrim Special Edition patch, Farming patch, because I have farming. I did the Civil War Champions. It took some console commands to get them to activate correctly. I did the Redguard Elite. I have not done the Staves. I did Henterheim, Murwatch, Tendra Homestead. Just did Sunder and Wraithguard. Arcane Accessories has been done throughout the playthrough. Bloodchill Manor I did. I have the Bone Wolf. I did not buy the Dwarven Armored Mudcrab, but I can. I have not done the Dwarven Home. I did Gallows Hall. I did the Goblins. I did the Grey Cowl. I just did the Iron Armor. Necromantic Grimoire from the start. I've done Nordic Jewelry. I've done the Pets. I did Saturalia, Shadowfoot. Okay, so looking at this, I still have to do Fearsome Fists, Wild Horses, the Dwarven Home, and the Staves. So if I look at the installed content, these are Staves. So Sky Temple Ruins I need to go to. That can be purchased for Del Selmo. I don't think it's Elite Crossbows. Fearsome Fists. Oh. I've technically been doing that. It's the gauntlets that have spikes on them. You just find those. Forgotten Seasons I do not have. No Goes to the Tribunal. No Brand. Horse Armor I've seen. Lord's Mail I did not have. The Dwarven Home. I need to go to the Frozen Hearth. And beyond that, Bandit Camp west of Dragon's Reach and Retching Netch. Wait, is Staff of Hasadoki and Staff of Sheogorath different to those staffs? Yeah, that's different. The staffs are just the ones that I've been finding. So it's the Dwarven Home. Dwarven Home. And yeah, that's the thing. And wild horses, of course. I will make sure that I will check the Sky Temple ruins though, just in case. I'm pretty sure I've been to them. It said where. North of the College of Winterhold. I mean, I haven't found it? I thought for sure I had gone to Sky Temple Ruins. I see it. Well, if nothing else, I can discover another location today.
I'm Zikon!
I landed in the water, but I don't know if it was deep enough for me to have survived without the become ethereal. I thought when I came out here and discovered places like Septimus Outpost the first time, that I would have discovered Sky Temple ruins as well. I usually do. And I don't think that was the episode that I had to re-record. I wonder if anyone's still here. That might... I was gonna soul trap him, but that wouldn't help. I usually don't think this is a bear place, I think this is a skeleton place. Alright, so I'm at Sky Temple Ruins. I'm not sure where exactly the thing would be. That teleport is supposed to still be in that, it's supposed to be trapped in there. Before the Ages of Man is a skill book, but I don't have to worry about that. All of my skills are level 100. And yet the thing I'm waiting on hasn't happened yet. Excuse you, skeleton? I mean, I guess I appreciate your ambition, but that was a surefire way to die. to. I'm going to guess probably over by the altar is where the note would be, like it is here. I see no note on this table. I see a dagger and a paralysis potion. No note on the table, no note around the table, no note in the inside area over there. So I think it is safe to say that Arms of Chaos is not installed. So all I have to do is wild horses and the dwarven house. The unicorn part of it I did. There's also you can go to any hostler, which is a stable owner, and buy the wild horse map. Though, to be honest, why bother when I have the unicorn? I have Arvac, I have the reindeer, I have Shadowmere. Why would I need a random wild horse? So I'm pretty sure now, based on having done stabs, I guess I will check the bandit camp west of Dragon's Reach, sure. Just to be absolutely certain that I'm not leaving anything out. But I also have to go to the first hearth in Winterhold. The dwarven house is kind of wild, but that's part of the reason why I wanted to have it.
Just stoke the fire. Take a seat and get the cold out.
It told me where in the frozen hearth, didn't it? Sorry, I keep checking this. I just don't want to spend too much time looking for things that... Nope, it just seeks Ancient Artifacts Journal Volume 1. It does not say where here it is. It could be on a table here. It could be on a barrel. It could be... Oops. It's not outside the frozen hearth.
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything. Or take a seat by the fire and I'll
It
send
could
someone
be
over.
in Nelakar's area. Who's grandmother? It needs to be... It wouldn't be buried among that pile of books. It could very well be in the basement. It could also be behind the counter. There's a book back there, but not any sort of journal. I know we're over 4 hours at this point, but I would at least like to get this quest triggered if I can. This may require my document as opposed to I suppose just what the game says. Let's see. It's in one of the rooms. One of the rooms in the main area. I guess if it were in the cellar, it would have said Frozen Hearth cellar. Not. So it's in one of these rooms. Awaken the World, Volume 11.
Now here's a man I'm glad to see.
Seeks Ancient Artifacts Journal, Volume 1. The Sanctuary and the Manufactory. Skyrim Expedition, Day 1. I arrived in Skyrim to solve a single mystery, to find the lost sanctuary of the Thu'ums. According to legend, it was built by the famed Dwemer architects Chlorgik and Duramok, the latter of whom is said to be a distant relative of the great Dumok Dwarf King. While the two began as rivals, through mutual respect and admiration they eventually became friends, and over time, much more. Whereas Chlorgik was an architect of great renown, his palatial estates suffered from their excess. The size of his rooms matched only by their emptiness. Duramak, on the other hand, was a genius engineer, but lacked the artistic vision to allow his inventions to reach their full potential. It's only when they joined forces to create the Thu'ums that they built something truly profound. If I'm to find their creation, I must grasp history itself by the tail. Expedition Day 17. Our travels has brought us to this bleak underground tunnel which the natives call Frost-Root Cave. Its winding cords of ice and rock make it truly a miserable place. My scales feel chilly, but more so my nerves. Luckily, we've hired a few soldiers of fortune into our employ. Some would call them bandits, but I like to refer to them as mercenaries at a discount. Hopefully I can convince them not to touch the artifacts and keep the scrap instead. So that quest will be one of our main priorities. I'm not going to rampage as a vampire for a full 4 hours, so doing that quest will occupy a different part of that stream. Let me go ahead and open on my phone Kagrinzel and Ruins of Rakund so that I can look into them before that stream as well. Ruins of Rakund. Close enough. It auto-corrected, and Kagrinzel. And I will head back to the Greybeards as well. We'll see if, having done some additional quests, they're willing to tell me where the last word is. If not, I'll have to look up the dismay shouts as well. Master Bori. Arngir has not moved from this chair.
We are all in your debt. There is only silence right now. Perhaps later we will hear one of the lost
shout. I need to find the last word on my own. So we do have some ideas for what to do next time. I will return home, and I know that I read a bunch of journals and notes and all sorts of things today, but I am still going to find some books to read. So,
I know you're kind, always sneaking about.
Let me look to my left and look to my right to make sure no one is walking towards me. So our stream is coming to an end. If you watched live on YouTube or on Twitch, whether you chatted or lurked, I appreciate you. If you are watching the archive later on YouTube, thank you for checking it out. I hope that however your day is progressing is favorable for you.
Long life to you, Thane.
I will get some things that I read out of my inventory. Various notes. And today we will read I found that they were long, but I'm going to read the 2 parts of Bone. So, feel free to settle in or leave. I know that not everyone is interested in the books. I'll need to go. Oh, that's why they can't find it. Okay. Sorry. Let's read Bone Part 1 by Tavi Dromio. It seems to me, said Guraz, thoughtfully looking into the depths of his flint, that all great ideas come from pure happenstance. Take for instance the story I told you last night about my cousin. If he hadn't fallen off that horse, he never would have become one of the Empire's foremost alchemists. It was late one midnight night at the King's Ham, and the regulars were always especially inclined towards philosophy. I disagreed, replied Ziamara, firmly but politely. Great ideas and inventions are most often formed slowly over time by diligence and hard work. If you recall my tale from last month, the young lady, who I assure you is based on a real person, only recognized her one true love after she had slept with practically everyone in North Point. I put it to you that neither is the case, said Halgerd, pouring a topper on his mug of grief. The greatest inventions are created by extraordinary need. Must I remind you of the story I told some time ago about Arsley Owen and the invention of bone mold? The problem with your theory is that your example is entirely fictional, said Ziamara. I don't believe I remember the story of Arslick Owen and the invention of bone mold, friend Gars. Are you sure you told us? Well, this happened many years ago, when Vardenfell was a beauteous green land, when Dunmer, Keimer, and Dwemer and Nord lived together in relative peace when they weren't trying to kill one another. Halgerd relaxed in his chair, warming to his theme. When the sun and moons all hung in the sky together. Lord, Mother, and Wizard, grumbled Ziamara, if I'm going to be forced to hear your ridiculous story again, pray don't embellish and make it any longer than it has to be. This all happened in Vardenfell quite some time ago, said Halgerd, ignoring Ziamara's interruption with admirable restraint. During an era of a king you would never have heard of, Arslick Owen was one of this king's nobles and a very disagreeable fellow. Because of his allegiance to the crown, the king had felt the need to grant him a castle and land, but he didn't necessarily want him as a neighbor, so the land he granted was far from civilization. Right in an area of Vardenfell that is, even today, not quite civilized to this day. Arslick Owen built a walled stronghold and settled down with his unhappy slaves to enjoy a quiet, if somewhat grim life. It was not long before his stronghold's integrity was tested. A tribe of cannibalistic Nords had been living in the valley for some time, mostly dining on one another, but occasionally forging what they like to call dark beat, the Dunmer. Ziamara laughed with appreciation. Marvelous! I don't remember that from before. It's funny how you don't hear much about the Nords' rampant cannibalism nowadays. This was obviously, as I've said, quite some time ago, said Halgerd, glaring at part of his audience with civil malevolence, and things were in many ways quite different. These cannibalistic Nords began attacking Arslick Owen's slaves in the fields, and then slowly grew bolder, until they held the very stronghold itself under siege. They were quite a fearsome sight, you can imagine. A horde of wild-eyed men and women with dagger-like teeth filed to tear flesh, wielding massive clubs, cloaked only in the skins of their victims. Arslick Owen assumed that if he ignored them, they'd go away. Unfortunately, the first thing that the Nords did was to poison the stream that carried water into the walled stronghold. All the livestock and most of the slaves died very quickly before this was discovered. There was no hope of rescue, at least for several months when the king's emissaries would come reluctantly to visit the disagreeable vassal. The next closest source of water was on the other side of the hill, so Arslick Owen sent 3 of his slaves with empty jugs to bring some back. They were beaten with clubs and eaten before they were a few feet outside the stronghold gates. The next group he sent through, though he gave sticks to defend themselves. They made it a few feet farther, but were also overwhelmed, beaten, and devoured. It was obvious that better personnel defensive was required. Arslick Owen went to talk to his armorer, one of his few slaves with specific talents and duties. The slaves need armor if they're going to make it to the river and back, he said. Collect every scrap of steel and iron you can find, every hinge, knife, ring, cup, everything that isn't needed to keep the walls sturdy. smelt it, and give you the most and the best armor you can, very, very quickly. The armorer, whose name was Gorkith, was used to Arsagon's demands and knew that there could be no compromise on the quality and quantity of the armor, or the speed at which he worked. He labored for 30 hours without a break, and recalled without any water to slake his thirst as he struggled with the kiln and anvil, until finally he had 6 suits of mixed metal armor. 6 slaves were chosen, clad in the armor, and sent with jars to collect river water. At first the mission progressed well. The Nords attacked the armored slaves with their clubs, but they continued their march forward, warding off the blows. Gradually, however, the slaves seemed to be walking uncertainly, dazed by the endless barrage. Eventually, one by one, they fell. The armor was peeled from their bodies, and they were eaten. The slaves couldn't move quickly enough in that heavy armor you made, said Arzakon to Gorkith. I need you to collect all the cadavers of the poisoned livestock, strip their skin, and give you the most and the best leather armor you can, very, very quickly. Gorkith did as he was told, though it was a particularly repulsive task given the rancid state of the livestock. Normally it takes quite a time to treat and cure leather, so I understand, but Gorkith worked at it tirelessly, and in half a day he had 12 suits of leather armor. 12 slaves were chosen, clad in the armor, and sent with jars to collect river water. They progressed, at first much better than the earlier expedition. 2 fell almost immediately, but the others had some luck outmaneuvering their assailants while deflecting an occasional blow of the club. Several got to the river, 3 were able to fill up their jars, and 1 fellow very nearly made it back to the stronghold's gates. Alas, he fell and was eaten. The Nords possessed a remarkably healthy appetite. What we need before I completely run out of slaves, said Arzakon thoughtfully to Gorkith, is an armor sturdier than leather, but lighter than metal. The armorer had already considered that and taken stock of the materials available. He had thought about doing something with stone or wood, but there were practical problems with demolishing more of the stronghold. The next most prevalent stuff present in the stronghold was skinned dead bodies, hunks of muscle, fat, blood, and bone. For 6 hours he toiled relentlessly until he produced 18 suits of bone mold, the first ones ever created. Arzakon was somewhat dubious at the sight and smell, but he was very thirsty and willing to sacrifice another 18 slaves if necessary. Might I suggest, Gorkith queried tremulously, having the slaves practice moving about in the armor here in the courtyard before sending them to face the Nords? Arzakon coolly allowed it, and for a few hours the slaves wandered about the stronghold courtyard in their suits of bone mold. They grew used to the give of the joints, the rigidity of the backplate, the weight pushed onto their shoulders and hips. They discovered how to plant their feet slightly askew to keep their balance steady, how to quickly turn, pivoting without falling down, how to break into a run and stop quickly. By the time they were sent out of the castle gates, they were easily very nearly almost amateurs in the use of their medium-weight armor. 17 of them were killed and eaten, but 1 made it back with a jar of water. It's perfect nonsense, said Giamara, but my point is still valid even so. Like all great inventors, even in fiction, the armorer worked diligently to create the bone mold. I think there was a good deal of happenstance as well, frowned Garrus, but it is an appalling story. I wish you hadn't told me. If you think that's appalling, grinned Halgard, you should hear what happened next. What do you mean the story gets more appalling? Garrus was incredulous. How in Boethiah's name could it get more appalling? It's a ruse, Giamara scoffed, ordering 2 more mugs of grief and a glass of Flynn for Garrus. How much worse can a tale get which prominently features cannibalism, abuse of slaves, and the regular placement of rotting animal carcasses? Don't you dare me, growled Halgard, annoyed by his sister's lack of appreciation of his prose styling. Remind me where we were? Arzakon is the owner of a stronghold under siege by savage, cannibalistic Nords, said Giamara, keeping a straight face. After a lot of deaths and several unsuccessful attempts to get water, he had his armor with the unlikely name of Gorkith outfit his slaves with the first ever bone mold armor. One of them finally makes it back with some water. It was only 1 jar full of water, said Halgard, pulling back in his chair and continuing the tale, and Arzakon drank most of it, passing the remains to his dear armorer Gorkith and the last dribbles to the few dozen slaves who still lived. It was hardly enough to sustain health and well-being. Another expedition was necessary, but they had only 1 suit of bone mold left, as there was only 1 survivor of the trip. 1 out of 18 slaves made it through the gauntlet of doors wearing that marvelous bone mold armor of yours, said Arzakon to Gorkith, and one can only carry back enough water for one. Therefore, mathematically, as we have, counting you and me, 56 remaining people at the stronghold, you need armor for 54. Since we already have one, you only need to make 53 to make the total. That way 3 will make it back, with enough water for you and me and whoever's in the best condition to partake. I don't know what we'll do after that, but if we wait, we won't have enough slaves to fetch even a couple days' worth of water. I understand, whimpered Gorkith, but how am I going to make the armor? I used all the livestock bones to make the first batch of bone mold. Arzakon gave an order which Gorkith fearfully complied with, in 18 hours. What do you mean Arzakon gave an order which Gorkith fearfully complied with? Asked Shiamara. What was the order? Is it obvious? All will be clear, smiled Hagrid. I have to choose what to reveal and what to conceal. Such is the way of the tale-teller. In 18 hours, Gorkith had 53 suits of bone mail, said Hagrid, continuing, not really minding the interruption, prepared for the slaves. Without prompting, he ordered the slaves to practice using the armor, and even allowed them more training time than their predecessors. They not only learned how to move and stop quickly in bone mold, but how to adjust their peripheral vision to see a blow before it came, and to sway to dodge, and where the sturdiest reinforcement points on the arm were, the center of the chest and the abdomen, and how to position themselves to take blows there against their natural instincts. The slaves even had time for a mock battle before being sent out among the cannibals. The slaves handled themselves admirably. Very few, just 15 slaves, were killed and eaten outright. Only 10 were killed and eaten when they reached the river. That was when things did not go into Arzakon's plans. 21 slaves with jars of water took off for the hills. Only 8 returned to the castle, largely because they were blocked by the cannibal Nords. It was a larger percentage than he anticipated surviving, but Arzakon felt righteous indignation at the paucity of loyalty. Are you absolutely certain you wouldn't rather flee? He hollered from the battlements. Finally, he allowed the survivors in. 3 had been killed waiting for the gate to open. 2 more died almost upon stepping into the courtyard. One was delirious, walking around in circles, laughing and dancing before suddenly collapsing. That meant 5 draughts of water for 4 people, the 2 surviving slaves, Arzakon and Gorkith. As Lord of the Manor, Arzakon took the extra jar, but he was democratic with the others. You're quite correct, frowned Garrus. This story is getting more and more appalling. Just wait, smiled Hagrid. The next morning, Hagrid continued, Arzakon awoke to a perfectly still and quiet stronghold. There was no murmuring in the corridors, no sound of hard labor in the courtyard. He dressed and surveyed the scene. It appeared that the fortress was utterly deserted. Arzakon walked down to the armorer's quarter, but the door was locked. Open up, said Arzakon patiently. We need to speak. 30 out of 54 slaves successfully made it to the river and gathered water. Admittedly, some then fled, and a couple didn't survive because I needed to correct their fickleness, but mathematically that's a 55% survival rate. If you and I and the 2 remaining slaves made the next run to the river, we too should survive. Zillion and Gillo left last night with their armor, cried Gorkith through the door. Who are Zillion and Gillo? The 2 remaining slaves. They don't remain any more. Well, that's vexing, said Arzakon. Still, we must continue on. Mathematically. I heard something last night, whimpered Gorkith in a funny voice. Like footsteps, only different, and they were moving through the walls. And there were voices, too. They sounded strange, like they couldn't move their jaws very well, but I knew one. Arzakon sighed, humoring his poor armor. And who was it? Ponik. And who is Ponik? One of the slaves that died when the Nords poisoned our water. One of the many, many slaves that died, and we made use of. He was always a nice, uncomplaining fellow. That's why I noticed his voice above all the others. Gorkith began to sob. I understood what he was saying. Which was what? Asked Arzakon with a sigh. Give me back my bones, Gorkith's voice shrieked. There was silence for a moment, and then more hysterical sobbing. I saw that coming, laughed Shiamara. There was nothing more to be done with the armorer, for the time being, said Hagrid, a trifle annoyed at the regular interruptions. So Arzakon stripped one of his dead slaves of his suit of bone mold and put it on. He practiced in the courtyard, impressing himself with his natural comfortability with medium-weight armor. For hours he boxed, feinted, dodged, sprinted, skipped, jumped, and generally cavorted about. When he felt tired, he retired to the shade and took a nap. The sound of the king's trumpet woke him with a start. Night had fallen, and for a moment he thought he had been dreaming. Then the alarum sounded again, far in the distance, but clear. Arzakon leapt to his feet and ran to the ramparts. Several miles away he could see the emissaries and their vast and well-armed escort approach. They were there early. The cannibal Nords below looked at one another with consternation. Savages they might be, but they knew when a superior force was approaching. Arzakon joyously dashed down the stairs to Gorka's chamber. The door was still locked. He beat on it, cajoling, demanding, threatening. Finally he found a key, one of the few scraps of metal that had not been smelted days before. Gorkith appeared to be sleeping, but as Arzakon approached, he noticed that the armorer's mouth and eyes were wide open, and his arms were folded unnaturally behind his back. On closer inspection, the armorer was obviously dead. What was more, his face and whole body were sunken, like an empty pig's bladder. Something moved through the walls, like a footfall, only squishy. Arzakon expertly and gracefully turned to face it, completely imbalanced. At first it seemed like nothing more than the bubble expanding through one of the cracks in the stone. As more of the flesh-colored gelatinous matter emerged, it more clearly resembled part of a face. A flaccid, almost shapeless face with a low brow and a slack, toothless jaw. The rest of the body oozed out of the crack, a soft bag of muscle and blood. Behind Arzakon and to the side there was more movement, more slaves welling up through the cracks in the stone. They were all around him, reaching out. "Give us," moaned Ponek, his tongue rolling about his hanging jaw. "Give us back our bones." Arzakon began to rip off his bone mold, throwing it to the floor. 100 figures, more, pooled into the small chamber. That's not enough. The cannibals had cleared away by the time the king's emissaries arrived at Arzakon's gates. They had not been looking forward to this visit. It was best, they thought philosophically, to begin with the worst of the king's noblemen, so to end their trip well. They sounded the alarm once again, but the gates did not open. There was no sound from Arzakon's stronghold. It took a few hours to gain access. If the emissaries had not brought a professional acrobat with them for entertainment, it might have taken longer. The place seemed to be abandoned. They searched every room until finally they came to the armorer's. There they found the master of the manor, folded neatly, legs behind his head, arms behind the legs, like a fine gown. Not a bone in his body. The first part of your story was complete nonsense, cried Ziamar, but now it doesn't hold true on any level. How could bone mold be made again if the armorer who invented it died before he could tell anyone how he did it? I said that this was the first time it was created, not the first time people learned of the craft. And when did someone first teach someone else the craft? Asked Garrus. That, my friends, replied Halgard with a sinister smile, is a tale for another night.